one. We will now call the May 1st, 2024 board retreat to order, I'm sorry. Mr. Gaither, will you please call the roll?
Representing Education District 1, Ms. Katie Howard.
Present.
Representing Education District 2, Ms. Loretta Balden. Representing Education District 3, Dr. Ken Zeff.
Present.
Representing Education District 4 and Board Vice Chair, Ms. Jennifer McDonald.
Present.
Representing Education District 5 and Board Chair, Ms. Erica Mitchell.
Present.
Representing Education District 6, Ms. Ishay Collins. Representing Education District at Large, Seat 7, Mr. Alfred
He's en
Shivy
route,
Brooks.
just to let you know.
All right. Representing Education District at Large, Seat 8, Ms. Cynthia Briscoe Brown.
Present.
Representing Education District at Large, Seat 9, Ms. Jessica Johnson.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I would now entertain a motion to approve the agenda of May 1st, 2024 board retreat.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair McDonald,
Second.
second by Board Member Jessica Johnson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We are excited to have our partners from the Georgia School Board Association to facilitate our whole board training for 2023 and 2024 school year. In Georgia, school board members are mandated to undergo training to ensure they are equipped with the essential knowledge and skills to govern effectively. Training covers core areas such as board operations, financial management, board superintendent relations, and state laws, ensuring comprehensive leadership preparedness for all board members. At the completion of this training, board members will receive 3 hours to fulfill the obligations set by the state of Georgia. I will now turn it over to Valerie Wilson, Executive Director of Georgia School Board Association, and Dr. Sam King, Director of Board Development and Superintendent Search Services, to lead today's training.
Is your microphone on? Press that button on the bottom.
All right, it's red.
Yes,
Okay, it's
ma'am.
on.
There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is going to be a challenge for me because those who know me and have been with me in training know that I walk all over the place when I'm doing this. That's a trait I have that I'm gonna work on. But first and foremost, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here with you all today and to share with you all in this training session. It is always important to us when our membership reaches out to us to support them. And I want to just kind of share a little bit about how this came about. You all, I mean, we all know what's been in the news, what's been all over the news. And I had outreach from several reporters wanting to ask me questions about what was going on in Atlanta public schools. It's important that my membership knows that I don't talk to reporters about my membership. That is not my role, that is not my responsibility. And I refer reporters to the local boards because I'm not a part of the local decision-making or what is happening at that local level. What I do, however, is reach out to the chair of that board. And I reached out to the chair of your board, and I shared with them that I had outreach from several reporters looking for statements as it related to what was your superintendent search. In speaking with Board Chair Mitchell, she shared with me that you all were working with the communications to respond to requests from reporters, and I spoke to that person. We gave some information regarding the superintendent search process as it relates to law, and that was it. We did not do anything else with that. But in that conversation, Board Chair Mitchell and I recognized that as a governance team, as a body, you're actually new in the work that you are doing together as a team. And perhaps this is an opportunity for us to come back and revisit a couple of areas as it relates to you all and boards and governance teams and how to work together effectively. And when I say you're new as a governance team, you have an interim superintendent that you've never worked with in that role. and you have new board members who have joined you. That's a new governance team. If anything changes on that team, that's brand new. And so that was one of the things and one of the reasons we decided to work together. Sam, if you go to the next slide. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about, based on our conversation, how we're going to break the conversation down today in this training process with you. We're going to first start out with looking at board governance expectations, right? And in doing that, that's something, and Sam's going to pass out the folders to you. In doing that and looking at governance expectations, that really is talking about the roles and the responsibilities. Y'all really expect me to see that little thing writing right there. Domains that in the state of Georgia, the State Board of Education has approved 8 domains based on the law that actually governs. School board members have the distinct honor of being the only elected office that has these types of domains that actually govern how you conduct yourselves as board members, and then board superintendent relationships. That's the other area that we're going to talk about today with you all. Our second area of the agenda is around executive session, and most specifically, we will talk about areas in the executive session, not just the superintendent search, but other areas within the executive session, and the role of the board, the do's and the kind of don'ts of that. And then finally, we are going to end with your, thank you very much, we're going to end with your norms and protocols that you all have in place. We've looked at them online, and we're going to talk about those, because one of the things that we always share with new governance teams is when you have a new team that comes together, even if you have norms and protocols that are in place, when it's a new team, you need to revisit them, because you've got new team members and they may have some thoughts around what you have in place. So that's a part of what we're going to walk through today. Dr. King and I, and most of you know Dr. King, he thought he was a retired superintendent. He actually is a retired superintendent, but he is also, in my work as a school board member, and just so you all understand about it, I was on the board for 12 years in the city of Decatur. It's the best work I've ever done. But you learn a lot along the way, and you learn the value of good governance. You learn the value of a relationship with the superintendent and the board, and understanding how they work together to create a synergy for that school system that not only creates a climate and a culture, but it creates an opportunity for children to truly be successful. Because when you're working well together as in those two roles, sky's the limit for what could happen. I recognize that value of having a strong superintendent, and I recognize what that meant for GSBA. So I have, working at GSBA, 4 former superintendents. All of those superintendents that I hired were people that I watched either before I became the exec at GSBA or after I became the exec at GSBA. And a part of that was watching how they interacted with their boards and how well they understood what good governance was, how well they worked within their roles with their boards. I also have some board members who work at GSBA, and a part of that was also understanding how well they understood good governance and how well they worked along with not only the superintendent, but their fellow board members. That's a little bit of the team that is there. So a lot of times we team together to come out to work with boards around good governance. So I'm going to turn it over to Sam, but I'm going to also be butting in, so you all will know that. Because they expect that, but I don't want you all to be surprised when I butt in as well, okay? So Dr. King.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. It's great to see you again. Excuse me, allergies still kind of getting to me. But as you heard Ms. Wilson mention, we want to focus on several items that are relevant for you as a government, and want to take on the screen things that are so that try to be thoughtful of your participation
It's not just me that doesn't recognize it, right?
I'm back behind the podium now. That's hard. I'm an old teacher, so you know. But we want you to be engaged, be involved in the conversation. So much of this is going to require that. Valerie alluded to this a little bit earlier. We want you to think about where you are, how you feel you perform now as a governance team. Because she mentioned several items that really should serve as the common thread that will lead and guide how you aspire to become that high-performing governance team. And that's what this is going to be about the research, about the conversation. Not a lot of this is probably going to be new to you. However, how you strive to reach a certain level of performance with it will be different in terms of that conversation. So let's remember that as we move forward. So the first piece that I want you to do is that I want you to begin with, that will be a little bit of a test for us with this engagement, will be to take a look at the quote. In your folders, you have supporting documents that you can use to make any notes that you need to. So please feel free to do that. Other documents that are there are research-based documents that will support the conversation. So what I want you to do is have an elbow partner. So if we start here, we know that a board chair and Superintendent Battles, you two will be elbow partners, right? And right here, two of you, elbow partners, and right here. Okay, you make a partner here and the two of you, okay? So I want to begin by asking you to think about how you have become a governance team, which means the board and the superintendent working together to achieve your mission and your vision for Atlanta Public School District. All of that should be very familiar to you. I want you to think about where you think you are honestly now with doing that work. And I want you to parallel that with the quote that you see on the screen. So, you with your elbow partner, I want you to think about the quote. Excellence in the classroom begins with excellence in the boardroom. Talk to your elbow partner about what you think that means in reference to your role as a member of this governance team. And then we'll come back together. This is just a real brief icebreaker before we get started on the nuts and bolts of roles and responsibility, board and superintendent relations. Again, the quote states, and if you don't agree with it, you can say that. If there's a reason you don't, talk about why. If you do, we want you to come to some conclusion and agreement about why you do. So what does this mean to you as a governance team? Then what does it mean to you as an individual member of the governance team? Excellence in the classroom begins with excellence in the boardroom. We'll give you about a minute or two. So go for it. Okay, take about another minute, and we want to hear from each group very briefly. So take another minute. I see a couple of groups still talking. So. Okay, a lot could be said about this, right? So we're going to come kind of to a screeching halt with it right now, and ask you to share. As you think about sharing, think about how we opened. Think about, number one, do you agree with it or do you disagree? Why? So I want you to share that conversation. And then what does this mean to you? In other words, what are the implications for you as a governance team and also for you as an individual member of the governance team? So it's like a kind of three-tiered process, right? So I want to begin right here with your board chair and superintendent, represent leaders of leaders. So, all right.
So what I was talking to my neighbor, my partner, I'm sorry. I just made a joke. You know how you in church says turn to your neighbor. But anywho, what came to mind when I read the quote was the tone that the board set from a governance level and how that shows up in the classroom. So if we have excellence in governance and expectation on what we need to do as a governing body and setting that tone for the district, that should trickle down into the work you will see in the classroom. So setting that expectation from the top is so important to the success of our students. But as a governing body in partnership with our superintendent, she brings in the vision, the values, and recommendation on implementation of how that work will be done that goes into the schools. So we work in partnership, but we also have to be on the same page in this governing body. So that's kind of what I was sharing with Dr. Battle, but also I refer back to lead by example, because that's where we set the tone, we set the example, we set, the priorities and parameters and strategic plan and goals and guardrails and everything that we do as a district. And that starts with the board and the superintendent.
All right. So we've heard agreement with our first group and some rationale as to why. And it centers on, as I recap that, it centers on the governance team actually being the model and setting the tone for the entire organization is what I heard you say. All right. So we'll hold that thought and we'll move here. Right. Thank you for that input. So establishing the tone, being the model. So very somewhat similar to the first group. Thank you for that. All right. Here.
Yeah, so we probably echoed our colleagues' sentiments a bit. We talked about modeling
Model.
the expectation, and I think we have set some robust goals around kind of our student outcomes focused governance work. And so, how are we visibly leading that work? How are we showing up in the community, and how are we leaning in those specific areas so that people see that that expectation is there across from the top down.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Our last group. Anything to add? Anything different?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question, and I believe a lot of our conversation definitely did echo the sentiments of other board members, but also, you know, from my lens, I kind of saw this as a egg, chicken, egg scenario, because truth be told, when we're not getting the results that we desire in the classroom, a lot of times that can result in very tenuous dynamics between board members, between the community, especially when results in one side of town are very different than the results in another side of town. So when we don't have excellence in the classroom, sometimes it's hard to have cohesion on a board or from a leadership perspective. And so, you know, I kind of, you know, and from an instructional lens, oftentimes there are things that happen in the boardroom and happen at the top that never are felt in the classroom. And I think that happens more often than many times us in leadership realize. So I could see it happening in the inverse as well. The excellence in the classroom could lead to a more cohesive, easier ride at the top as well.
Okay, thank you for that input. It's good. Go ahead, Valerie.
Sorry. I want to kind of push on you just a little bit. I heard you all respond to how you see it. I didn't hear anybody say that you actually believe this is true. I heard a little bit from you around the egg and the chicken, and, you know, it depends. But how many of you believe that this statement is really true? And you would be surprised at people who feel, at board members, governance teams, who feel as though they don't have to necessarily be excellent. And that being excellent doesn't mean you agree on every single thing. Being excellent means that you operate consistent with your norms and protocols, consistent with and focused on your vision and your mission, right? Being excellent, and it is about the business, right? That's being excellent. And a lot of boards, are not a lot, but there are those who don't necessarily believe that what they do in the boardroom has absolutely anything to do with what's happening in the classroom. So it's important. Do you really believe, do you all as a team believe that? Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
No problem.
Great. So I would say that because there's so many of us that have kids in the system, we live it every day as parents or former teacher, right? So you have to be able to receive all the info as an outside party also. And I think that does make us a little bit different. And also our team didn't know that we were supposed to answer that question. that
Okay.
way. So we were not trying
Not
to
a
fail
problem,
the
not a
test.
problem.
And
Yes.
I truly believe this statement, and I think, I would think most board members run on the premise of we're gonna do what's best for students and get it down to the classroom, so, but I believe it. I like that you said that excellence, because I believe that too, that you don't have to agree on everything, but you have to bring everything to the table and always keep the students in mind. Let's take everything else out, like how's this gonna benefit the students of Atlanta Public Schools, in our case.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so a great way to start in terms of thinking about, number one, do you believe it? And number two, how are you working to get to the point where there is organizational excellence? So think about that quote in terms of that, because your focus is on student achievement and being successful for each student, all students. And think about pockets of excellence compared to organizational excellence. And as I think about the things that I heard you say, when we compare, to your point, the notion of pockets of excellence compared to organizational excellence, there we could have individual schools that are doing extremely well, right? In spite of the performance as it relates to governance of your governance team. So let's just assume there's dysfunction in the boardroom. There are some schools that might defy the norm because you have good leaders in the schools. They're focused on the work, they're focused on the outcome for students. So you've got pockets of excellence because the leadership in the schools are doing that analysis for students and getting it done, aligned curriculum, all of that. However, you don't have organizational excellence because you lack the things that you said were important. I heard you say that it's modeled at the top. Heard someone mention you mentioned in your group that it's the governance team responsibility to agree to your vision, mission, where you're going, what the organization needs. And so if you're going to get to organizational excellence, then it starts here at the top for you to agree on what that is based on the analysis of your entire organization, meaning you know how students are performing at the elementary, middle, high school level. You know the strengths, you know the weaknesses, and you agree on what it takes to move them forward. Sounds like what's in your blueprint, right? Your strategic plan, or what should be in your blueprint, your strategic plan. And then you ask yourself, is it there? Is it relevant? Is it pertinent? Because if it is, and you are championing the things that you just said, now you're getting into what the real roles and responsibilities will be to implement that strategic plan. Because your superintendent is responsible for ensuring that the strategic plan is implemented, but this governance team, the board, is responsible for that aligned mission and vision so that she, in this case, understands what she's going to do based on her expertise to head in the direction of achieving that mission and vision, right? So now you begin to see in a very clear picture, as you already mentioned, that if you do that, begin to do that at the top, which is tough, challenging work, you see how it has to be centered on the relationship between your board, your superintendent back to the board, and collectively as a governance team. So that's what we're going to talk about briefly this afternoon, how to work in the direction of achieving that organizational excellence. And if you feel, or where do you feel you reside along that spectrum?
And just to close this out, truly, two key things got said that just really resonates with me. Someone said modeling, and someone said establishing a tone, right? Those are really important. Modeling, and when we think about pockets of excellence, when you think about excellence in some schools, and then you have some dysfunction or some not so great outcomes in other schools, right? Think about yourself as a governance team. If you're modeling, and those schools, your schools, and trust me, our children watch us. Our children watch us all the time. They're watching this YouTube. They watch us, right? You want to bet? Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. But what I would say to you is they actually watch. They watch if you have norms and protocols that you have proclaimed to the world that this is how we operate, but you don't operate that way. And what I've learned about young people, he's 31 now, but what I've learned about young people is that young people will hear what you say, but they're going to do what they see you do. That's really important. Go ahead.
All right, so with that in mind, along the line of heading in the direction as a governance team to achieve organizational excellence, of course, there are domains that should lead and guide the work. About 12, 13 years back, State Board convened a focus group to come together to determine what should that look like. What are those indicators? Those indicators are the 8 domains that you have in your folders you have a document that looks like this, that's there. We're going to talk about some of those at a high level, but you have the entire document so that if you need to refer to that as we talk about various domains, you're able to do so. And you're going to find when we get to the whole notion of governance team and code of ethics that these domains make up the core and the nucleus of your code of ethics that you've adopted. All right? So that's required. That's a requirement that your governance team enters into training each year that's aligned with these domains. And you see all 8 of them listed on the screen here, and that's in your packet as well. So I want you to think about where you are as a governance team with your commitment to ensuring that that's done. Because if you do the bare minimum, then it's going to be that your team receives the 9 credit hours each year, right, of training, each board member. In addition to that, 3 whole board training credits each year, like what we're doing this afternoon. And that requirement consists of the board coming together with your superintendent as the CEO in the same room, having conversation about this work. So if you do the minimum, you have to achieve those 9 hours individually, but you also should achieve at minimum 3 whole board governance training credits as well. And the training, whether GSBA does it or not, has to be aligned with these 8 domains. You don't have to deal with each of the 8 in one fell swoop, but you can pull those things that are relevant for your conversation at that time. It is also noteworthy to reflect on how much conversation are you beginning to have at minimum yearly about how you do this. Your superintendent has to submit a plan here pretty soon, probably right around the end of this fiscal year, on what your plans are going to be going into this next fiscal year to commit again as of July 1 forward to do this. You have to do it, so why not make it relevant, pertinent for your work and for your conversation? So she'll be developing a plan on how you're going to achieve this training, how you're going to secure it, the topics that you're going to take a look at. Of course, you can amend it, and then sharing it with you for conversation and moving forward. Valerie mentioned about being a new governance team because it might be the first time, it is the first time that she will have done this with you. So that's going to be important. Even intensified in terms of the fact that you're in the middle of a superintendent search too.
Yes.
Because when you complete that process, you're going to need to have a transition where your interim, Dr. Battle, is going to meet, hand over that information, give a report on where you're off that status, and there need not be a gap between how you're going to move forward to achieve these things. I didn't mention new board members and all of that because you're familiar with that, 15 hours if you're a new board member. But it needs to be relevant, pertinent information. Stop me at any time if you have a comment.
So let me just say this, that plan that is developed, and Dr. Battle, I'm really saying this more for your information because you've got other veteran board members who understand. But that plan is developed based on the self-assessment that the board takes. The board does a self-assessment. And when all of you together, you're a part of it, so you all do a self-assessment. And the conversation that comes out of that self-assessment should identify areas. You're listening to that, you're capturing that, and basically what you're feeding back to the board is what the board has said. The board might say, I remember one of the things on ours when I was on the board in Decatur is greater communications, better communications with our community. That was one of our areas that all of us identified. So when we got a plan to react to for our training needs for that year, that was there. And that was something that we talked about and specifically what we wanted to see. But that's where it comes from. It's not just you looking, it's the board coming together. You're welcome.
Okay, so at this point of mid-May, reflect on where you are as a governance team, where you are with your self-assessment, if you've completed it, if you have, how you've analyzed it and taken a look at those results to determine implications for the plan that Dr. Ballard is going to put together for your training going into next year. If you have not done the self-assessment, then you need to think about when you're going to do it and how, what instrument. We provide one is accessible to you, real time. And then when you're ready to do that, you do it, you analyze it, and that determines what your next step is going to be in terms of that self-assessment and moving into training for next year. All right, so domain 1, is around governance, which we're going to focus there for some conversation first. And we've already begun to introduce a bit of that. If you take a look at what the requirements are in Domain 1, if you notice on the document that I mentioned to you, the standards document, you'll see a high-level description of what Domain 1 is focused on. What I have on the screen to support it is a bullet that I want you to take a look at. I'm not going to read that to you, but I'm going to read a bit of what's in this document so that you can see. These domains are not domains, as you know, that were created by GSBA. These are the items that are in State Board rule. Again, that should lead and guide your curriculum for conversation. So what's required in State Board rule of you as a governance team? First domain says, the Board of Education and the superintendent form the governance leadership team of the local system and act in a manner that focuses on improving student achievement and organizational effectiveness. That aligns quite nicely with some of the comments you mentioned. Because if you're a governance team, a governance leadership team, remember we said that means that that definition is that the board and the superintendent, that you'll have your plans to work together to achieve that mission and vision for APS that you've determined. So I want you to think about what that mission and vision, what those things are right now, and what that means for you. So it says that you must act as a unit to focus on student achievement. That means the board in its role as a policymaking body, parallel with the superintendent in her role as the individual that is the chief executive officer for you, providing the leadership for the day-to-day, for operations, but focused on implementing the board's policies. Think about that. Think about that, because that, too, is connected to your strategic plan. Because the strategic plan that you have in place is designed to ensure that it's going to allow you to support the policies that you have in place. So your achievement of that strategic plan is fluid, led by your superintendent, because she's going to be implementing that strategic plan.
And oftentimes, if you have done a strategic plan and you don't have a policy in place, but it's something that you value and believe very strongly should be a part of your strategic plan, then you as a body might need to go back and think about, do we have a policy in place that supports this work, right? Because everything that you do should align to that plan and your policy.
Okay. Now you kind of get into, okay, what does that really mean in terms of the role of the board? Because your board policy should align to the strategic plan. So, but that means you're going to tweak policy when necessary based on what the superintendent brings you in terms of any obstacles that might come into play with her need to implement that plan. So she brings in recommendations for tweaking policy. That's important because of roles and responsibility that we're going to get into in a few minutes, a little bit deeper. So take a look at the 3 tenets around governance that center on the things we just mentioned and how that impacts student achievement. Because the way you do your work as a board is going to either support student achievement or it's going to present obstacles to it. And then if you think about the actions that you take, your actions are going to be taken as a result of the superintendent bringing recommendations to you. And those items that reflect action should be vetted against your strategic plan also. I'm sure you have a process in place that when you build your agenda, those items that are on your agenda, you have a reference to how it aligns with the strategic plan. Those are best practices. And if we're saying something that you're not doing or you're working and striving to do, then you need to make a mental note of that or some real-time action to be considered as a next step in reference to this. So the manner in which you do that and the manner in which you respect the role of the superintendent as the chief executive officer and the role of the board as that policy making, working together to meet those needs is going to be really important for that work. Now, we want to talk a lot about, okay, what are the implications for not just state board rule, but what are implications legal implications for the work. So many of the things that we're talking about, as I mentioned, are not things that we created as GSBA, but we agree to these things that they do reflect best practices. But if you notice, reference to the law that you see on the screen here, it really supports what we just talked about and what you mentioned at the opening. But notice here, you're pinpointing some responsibilities that you have as a governance team. And at the opening, Valerie mentioned governance, also your status for your superintendent search, and then the last piece on norms. This kind of is a good tee up for that, because notice what's in bold. Taken from the legal piece, hiring a qualified superintendent. From the law, from the legal pieces, this spells out your responsibility in doing so. So look at that just for a moment, because it mentions fiscal. Then it mentions your responsibility for hiring that employee and you delegating the authority to the superintendent to take care of all of the other hires, certified, classified, though she's bringing you recommendations for all of those. But you have a responsibility here for doing that work. And many would describe it as a fiduciary responsibility. But in a few minutes, you're going to see the difference in your responsibility as a board, and then elected board members compared to those that are elected that are not board members. Your fiduciary responsibility is different than other elected officials, like it or not. That's how that's described. Because we mentioned code of ethics, right? And Valerie, I think the board members as elected officials, I think still they're the only elected officials that are required to meet and abide by a code of ethics at this point. So, as we
Because
continue.
y'all are special.
Yeah.
All board members.
Comments on any of that? The governance piece? Roles and responsibilities? Yes.
You want to go back? Go back
back?
to the slide.
You may go back?
Yeah, go back to the slide.
All right.
So I love the line, while they focus on the singular objective of ensuring each student in the local system receives a quality basic education. What I don't see in here is what is the board's role in representation of community voices? And is that intentional?
Well, go ahead.
I love one of the things that Phil Hartley says to us in training, and you may or may not remember him having said this. One of the key differences and one of the biggest things about a board of education is your key constituency does not vote for you. Your key constituency are the students that's in your buildings. Those are your key constituents. That doesn't mean that you don't have a responsibility to be the advocate in the community and to share with the community. So there is a responsibility on the parts of the Board of Education and its members to communicate with and to share concerns and issues. But at the end of the day, the decisions that you make have to be based on the data and what is important and what is needed by the students in the building. Does that make sense?
It definitely makes sense. I just wanted it uplifted that our sole focus or singular responsibility isn't in representation, how as in other elected officials.
Absolutely.
That is a focus.
Yes, it's very, very different because your key constituents are those students.
Thank you.
Others vote and place you in office, right?
Yes.
But they vote and place you in office to exercise that fiduciary responsibility that you have to your students. That's the difference that you need to think about and that we're going to see examples of and hear going forward. This speaks to that. So take a look at this in terms of what the law states about that very thing. So I'm going to pause for a minute as you look at that.
Set you up for that one.
Yeah, good segue, right? So good conversation as you continue to read this and think about it and reflect. Because as you strive to become that high-performing governance team, that advocacy part that Valerie mentions centers on your requirement and expectation that you are making your public aware and that you're educating the public around the role of the governance team in ensuring that you're meeting those needs for students and how that's done. Because if you don't do that, then there will be a missing link or possibly a missing link with your stakeholders in terms of understanding that. We mentioned the strategic plan. Certainly you've involved stakeholders. We've given input and feedback in terms of what they think about your organization and its ability to meet the needs. All of that's reflected in your strategic plan because you should have input and feedback from your internal audience and your external audience as you do that work. So that centers on some of those things. So when you think about those laws and responsibilities, you're going to see as a common thread to focus on student achievement throughout this. For the superintendent and the local board, both. You see the local board in terms of establishing the policies and the superintendent's responsibilities for implementing those policies. And if as you do this work, you find that you have policies that interfere or hamper your ability to meet those needs, then it's your responsibility to talk about how you need to modify policy based on the needs of your students. Strategic plan-wise, you are having routine updates throughout the year, given and led by your superintendent saying, here's how we're doing, because your responsibility as a board is to monitor the strategic plan. That doesn't mean that you're directing the superintendent as it relates to operations, but you're asking essential questions because it is your responsibility to hold the superintendent accountable as he or she move forward in the implementation of the strategic plan. I'm going to pause there for a moment because that gets into some other things, as I mentioned earlier, with you having Dr. Battle in place to do the work and what you're thinking about in terms of your current status of your superintendent search and how you're going to relay that message moving forward. Thoughts?
I'm gonna be really surprised if nobody says anything about the fact that they feel like their hands are tied then as board members, right, around some things. I hear that. I hear that from people and I see that, even if I don't hear it from board members, because one of the things we do at GSBA is we watch board meetings. We watch everybody's board meeting. We watch board meetings, we follow news clippings, we know what our members are doing because we monitor, right? That doesn't mean that we come in and do anything unless we're invited in, but we do watch. And one of the things that I have heard when we've gone in to do training and when we are observing, and that one that Sam just read to you all, I've heard board members go, well, my constituency, not thinking about the students, but the parents, feel like I should do something about this, or I should know this. But see, when it comes to doing something about it around the implementation piece, you're crossing a line because that's not your job. Do you see what I'm saying? That's not in your role. So it's interesting when we meet with boards and they hear that, because a lot of times you don't see when you're doing that. You feel like you're operating because you want to be helpful and you want to do what it is that you think you're supposed to be doing. But another piece to that, and what you have to be able to explain to your community members, which is why it is so important to align the superintendent's evaluation to the strategic plan based on the priorities that you have set. That is how you evaluate the work of the superintendent. You don't tell them what to do. You evaluate it based on what you've said. These are the outcomes that we are expecting. This is what I am looking for. And you have to communicate that and then send people to the right people when they need, because I tell you, I couldn't have told a parent why transportation wasn't doing something when I was on the board, because I don't know. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm usually very honest when people reach out to me with what I think is more customer service type of things. And I tell them my job is to help them navigate the system and ask for them to keep me informed on how it's going. But I also let them explain to them what the role of the superintendent is. The superintendent is the CEO, so she handles the day-to-day. I'm multiple levels removed. So if you want this problem solved most quickly, first you should go directly to who you have the problem with. And then
Absolutely.
elevate it through the system and then build relationships. So all that to say, I'm constantly educating folks because they think it is just a matter of me picking up the phone and saying, do it. But I do have to fight that instinct of feeling like I'm passing the buck because it's instinctive to solve problems when people bring them to
Absolutely.
you. And that was, I think, the biggest mindset shift I had to make when coming on the board is it is not my job to solve the problem. It's my job to let the superintendent know that there is a problem and any potential obstacles that she may have based on my viewpoint in solving that. So it's constant education with constituents and honestly with myself, reminding myself that you are not doing your job by forwarding it to Dr. Battle, because sometimes it feels like I'm just sending you so much stuff, even if I know who it should go to. But I know that that's not my role, and Dr. Battle has a larger, broader view of what's going on, and so it's best and by policy that it goes to her.
You know, one of the things, and I appreciate that perspective, one of the things that I've always, and again, as board members, we learn. I was on the board for 12 years. When I left in my 12th year, I was still learning, right? But one of the things that is that was important for me, and I see it now today as we have communities that really don't understand how the system operates. Our major job is to help our communities understand how the school system operates where their children are, because we want them educated about the process. Because when we have communities that are educated about the process, those communities will stand up and support your school system because they understand it. So when you have those opportunities to educate around what your processes are, you are empowering your community. You said, how do we support our constituencies? How do we answer to them? That is how you're doing that, because you're helping them to understand. Knowledge is power. And when you give them the knowledge, that is critically important. The other piece is, I could fish for them, I could teach them to fish so they could handle it themselves. I want parents coming into buildings understanding what the process is, asking the right questions. But they can't do that if we don't tell them how to operate when they come in. That's your job. That's a part of your job there.
So along that line of thinking, as you think about this reference to the law that you see on the screen, now that really speaks to micromanagement and the role of the superintendent, the role of the board, as it's your responsibility to hold the superintendent accountable for implementation of a strategic plan, et cetera, in the day-to-day and all those things. But it's not the role of the board to micromanage the superintendent. So as you think about that, what does micromanagement mean to you before we get a little deeper with that? Think about that. Mention that to your elbow partner. So you don't have to tell me right now. Then we'll come back together. Just for a few moments, few seconds. What does micromanagement mean to you as a member of the governance team? So anybody care to share? As you think about your work as a governance team, what does micromanagement mean to you?
I said, when we get to the level of talking about colors of buses, we've gone too far.
Repeat that again.
When we get to the level of talking about the colors of buses,
Gotcha.
we've gone too far into the day-to-day navigation and implementation of the district.
Okay, thank you. Thoughts? Yes?
Well, we also think it's when you are promising the community that you will take care of certain things that are not your job, that you are out of your lane, and then you will do whatever it takes through any means necessary to try to make that happen. I think that gets very messy very quickly.
So, as both of you mentioned and emphasized, operating outside of the appropriate defined role of the board, right? In addition to that, you have to have conversation about your role together as a team like you are now to ensure that you're dotting I's and crossing T's. Thus, the reason you have norms and protocols. And as we took a look, you have that. You have some definitions of what it is that you say that you're committed to do as a governance team. And in many cases, micromanagement for you compared to a team next door, another governance team, may not be the same. Because you've committed to certain guardrails, certain rituals and routines, and when you veer outside of that, those rituals and routines around which you've guaranteed, then you're getting the micromanagement.
And it's important that, a lot of people say, well, why are they asking us what micromanage is? We all know what micromanage is, right? And people might think, well, this is just a waste of our time. You have to agree on definitions around things, because each one of you all could have a totally different definition of what micromanage is. And that, again, goes back to your norms and protocols discussion. You're deciding what is micromanage, what does that mean to us? And that's really important, because that could take you off course in a heartbeat.
Yeah. So as you think about that and we move forward with the roles and responsibilities piece, because we know that this is a high-level review for you, but it might be the first time that you've come together as a team to talk about it. You have probably agreed on a certain schematic that reflects governance for you with your partnership with the Council of Great City Schools and other entities. There's one on the screen, of course, that speaks to above the line and below the line and governance and all the things that you already mentioned, right? So when you begin to attempt to define or remind yourselves of what micromanagement might look like, take a look at this and look at the top where it says board authority, refers to board authority, and below that, superintendent's authority. And think about the things that you already mentioned. And do you see anything in this schematic that would give you anxiety in reference to the things you've already talked about? Yes.
We're gonna share it, but you're gonna use it better than me. The question that is implicit, maybe it's under policies, is one of the chief levers of the school board is a budget. In other words, you cannot do, it dramatically impacts operations, dramatically impacts much of what the district does. Yet policy is separate from the budget. In other words, we don't go to our policy manual to figure out exactly which, how we're going to tweak, like if we're gonna make an investment in 10% more here, and it's judgment, it's wisdom from past budgets, it's what we think the system needs. I know, to me that's one of the more, to me it's a substantive lever, and I'm curious why it's not represented on the circle.
Good question, good thought. But one thing I'll offer you is that as you look at the adopting of the vision and mission, that relates to that strategic plan that we talked about already, right? And any budget that you're going to approve should be or must be aligned to your strategic plan. So I think that is one item to ponder as you look at that notion of adopting your vision and mission, and whether you are doing the work as a board of creating the conditions for success of your organization and your CEO, because she is expected to bring you recommendations on budget that will do the same thing, reflect that alignment, and that what you do in terms of moving money, making decisions about amendment, fiscal responsibility should be aligned to that strategic plan. So you're at the point now of
what? Tentative budget, probably, moving in a direction. So you're looking at those buckets, those priorities that are in your strategic plan. And are you funding those priorities? And when she's bringing you recommendations, budget-wise, those budget items are reflecting alignment to those things that you say are of value to this organization to meet the needs of those students, right? So that's important. And to that question, there are other schematics like Don McAdams' work in research that goes a little bit more involved with that when it speaks to core beliefs and commitments, theory of action, all those things in reference to responsibility, but you do not see finance just specifically separated out to your question. However, it's embedded in the work that's done here because you got to fund all of that for your organization. Other comments with schematics and things that you talked about?
Did that get to your comment or did you see it? See, when I look at vision and goals, that's where I see it. I see budget right there.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. To me, it is one of the most impactful levers that boards have, and I was curious not to see it there because it's not. You're not constantly revisiting your vision. You know, as we're meeting every month.
But you are your goals.
We are, but the goals can. Lots of districts have terrific goals and do not execute, and don't have the ability because their budget is not aligned. And so you could nail your goals. You could nail them because you can get them you can just get them from another district, right? And you can put it. But are you? Your budget to me is how you execute it, and so I'm just curious. I don't disagree with yours with where it's embedded. To me, I would see it explicitly, not implicit.
Understood. Other thoughts, comments? Notice that this one is more detailed in terms of reflecting how the superintendent has to go above the line to support the work of the board, right? When you think about policies and policy making, the board is that policy making body, but your superintendent is bringing you recommendations for policy. You know, that's pretty standard. Oh, yes.
I was just going to add quickly, I agree with Ken, and clearly the budget is a huge lever to improve student outcomes, but it's important to make the distinction that the board does not manage the budget.
Exactly.
Like, it's very important for us to align the budget with our goals and monitor for progress and alignment and holding the superintendent accountable. But I think that sometimes in the community is another thing that needs to be clarified. But to Ken's point, it's extremely important that we understand how the budget is aligned with our goals. And if it's not, putting a pause on it and taking the time necessary to make sure it is before we adopt it. So I think it's really important to lift it up, but to make that distinction as well. That we day-to-day operation, that's micromanaging.
And I do think that what both of you said is correct. The key role is that, and that's why we do a lot when we talk with boards and we're working with them around their strategic plans and they're developing those goals. You can't sit in a budget session and talk about budgets and not understand what your goals are, right? And then you can't just, like you said, Ken, you can't just have the goals and they're just there and you don't do anything with them and they're just aligned. That's where the monitoring, that's where the creating the outcomes, that's where looking at that and providing that oversight and it stays alive, because those are the things that you're expecting, and any strategies, any programs, anything needs to be aligned to that to make sense. Because when I, and I'm sure it's the same for you all were bigger, but it's the same for every board. When you sit down in a budget session with your superintendent, are you meeting we met with different groups to talk with us about their needs. We had to see it married to that strategic plan and the goals we developed, right? Before we could act on it as a body.
Yeah. And that reference to fiscal responsibility, budget, finance, and you're in the midst of that now as you move in the direction of adopting the tentative budget so that you can adopt a permanent one. Domain 7 is financial governance. So it is spelled out in reference to your curriculum around training that you have. In your document that you have here, it gives you those 2 standards that are important for you as a board. And it's separated out that you're responsible for financial governance. And you see here it says that the board provides guidance to the superintendent and sets sound fiscal policy,
So for that purpose, for budgeting, so that the school system is an effective steward of all resources to support student achievement and organizational effectiveness. 2 standards really quick. The board, with the recommendation of the superintendent, should adopt a budget that adheres to state law provisions and consistent with your strategic plan. Then that last one, the board adopts a policy for sound fiscal management. To your point of monitoring, budget, and all of that, you get at that in your accountability process with your policies that you have in place from finance. This is domain 7, where it is spelled out separately. So that's something that you do on an ongoing basis and that you revisit in your training as well, so remember that. So what I want you to do now is we're going to move to a couple of items that, since this was a review, and you know the board and you're honing in on roles and responsibilities, that as a board, you really reflect the big picture. Superintendent reflects a detailed view. So macro versus micro. And so how do you do that work and how are you doing with it? So I want you to take a look at a couple of scenarios and with your elbow partner. So read this one and talk to your elbow partner around how you feel about this or how you would respond to it and whether it represents oversight or overstepping. Read this. Talk about it.
This is when you wish you had the buzzer so you could press the buzzer, right? Yeah. Yes, we do.
All right, not spending a lot of time on it. I know you've already kind of landed in on what your thoughts are. Anybody want to share?
Our scope.
Okay,
We said
outside of the scope.
It's outside our scope. We don't handle personnel. But
Okay.
you should go through your proper channels.
Really? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll say this, if we're talking about a teacher and student, whatever's happening, hold on, did I read the right one?
No. You're reading this
No, I
one.
didn't, sorry.
Yeah, I switched them up a little bit. I changed the sequence a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah. From an educator's lens, going to your superintendent about something like this is just, to me, a little bit outrageous. I could never imagine doing something like that. To me, that seems like something that should be handled at the school site level, first and foremost. But from a board member's perspective, you know, I agree with my colleagues. Like, it is completely out of bounds. It's not within our purview. It would definitely be an overstep and an overreach of our influence. So that definitely would be one of those matters that, you know, me personally, I probably would tell the teacher, you know, that's something you should really advocate at your school site level. It is not something that as a board member I'm going to be able to weigh in on.
And you arrive at that level of thinking based on understanding roles and responsibilities.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And does that mean that your internal audience, which is inclusive of your teachers, that they already know that or understand that? Not necessarily, right? They might not know that, is what we're saying. So stakeholders might come to you. Well, let's just reword that. Stakeholders will come to you. Okay? And it's your responsibility to understand your role and your norms that are in place to ensure that you are in tune with those roles. So when that happens, your response is going to be extremely important. And your agreement as a team on how you're going to respond to that is going to be extremely important. As we took a look at your norms, it addresses this. However, if you don't talk about your norms as a team together, review them as a new team, then you don't know how you're going to function. So individual board members might understand and internalize this scenario different. So think about that as we move forward. Comment?
Yeah, I don't know if I can mention this, but it goes kind of in line a little bit to what this scenario is. Like at the moment, we're in budget cycle. We have to abolish several positions. And now, and I don't know if it's some board members or a few board members are being, people are reaching out because their position is getting ready to be abolished. And so as a governing body, we can't overstep into that lane because that's not what we do. All we can do is route it back to the superintendent to explain what is happening. And so when I think about this, I'm thinking about what is happening now. So I'm just making that correlation where we cannot overstep by bringing those issues, well, trying to fix those issues, because that's what the superintendent feel that needs to happen, you know, to move the district forward. And as a board, we can't get in the way of her making decisions regarding personnel. So when I think about that scenario, I'm thinking about what is happening right now, real time.
Okay, a great example. So think about that in terms of, as we mentioned, your role, your superintendent having developed or in the process of developing a plan to do that. You understanding the plan. Remember we mentioned essential questions? Sometimes there are some blurred lines that come into play with micromanagement versus essential questions. So to your point, as chair, there's nothing wrong with board asking essential questions of your superintendent to seek understanding around next steps, right? Asking essential questions is not the same thing as directing and giving demands to the superintendent about how she is going to implement the strategic plan.
And as a matter of fact, if I got a bunch, because this one's a little unique than this particular case. This isn't just my teacher didn't like me or my principal didn't like me. There was a violation, potentially a violation of policy, that a seniority was skipped. And if I got a bunch of emails like this, I might reach out to the superintendent and say, hey, what's our policy around this? Are we not following our stated policy of acknowledging seniority? Because this seems less of a personnel. It's hard to tell from just this. But if it was a suggestion that a policy wasn't being followed across the district, I'd want to ask. I like your phrase of essential question, like,
Yes.
what is our policy? Do we have a universal understanding of it?
I think that's a great example of what we mean by essential questions. Dr. Ballas, any comments on this? I see you nodding your head in terms of getting to the fine-tuned machine, right?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. That's a great essential question.
Yeah.
Because you would want to understand it. Like, I thought if you were most senior, you least likely to be moved. So, yeah.
And especially as you think about being in the midst of budgeting and the massive responsibility that you have as a board to approve the budget, multi-million-dollar budget, mega dollars, and ensuring that you're being good stewards of taxpayers' money. So essential questions should be expected to ensure that you're getting to alignment to what you say your priorities are. And if there's misalignment and you've not asked essential questions, then you're not capitalizing on your role.
And you're not prepared to take a vote on it because you don't understand it.
All right, so we're going to shift gears and move forward to executive session. So I'm going to advance here. That'll remind me of time.
Yeah.
All right, so understanding, recognizing the roles and responsibilities, now moving into executive session and thinking about more specifically, as specific, your responsibility in the superintendent search process, okay? That's what we want to do. You know what executive session represents. It's a closed meeting. It's on the screen. This is taken from the law. The board only discusses specific topics in executive session, correct? All right, jump in if you need to at any particular time. And so
I do want to say that Nina Gupta, a general counsel, always says she keeps us street legal to ensure that we only talk about those items in executive session. So I'm just going to say that.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you know there are certain reasons that you go into executive session. They're all here. But we want to get into the do's and don'ts once you're there. Some of those examples are referenced here. Many of these center on the whole responsibility as it relates to property, right? And whether it relates to the settlement of any claim that relates to executive session, attorney-client privilege, or potential litigation, that kind of thing. Whether you get into the whole notion of leasing property and other items that can occur with property, all can result in executive session. Remember, as we preach to the choir, when you're in the executive session, you're having those conversations, no decisions or consensus making is binding, right? Because you can't vote in executive session, correct? All right, so none of that discussion or decision should be considered a decision until you come out in the public and then your recommendations are made, clarity is given, and your decisions are made with that. Consulting legal counsel in reference to pending litigation is important, but here's where we wanted to get to. You're in the midst of a superintendent search. So as we think about where you are and what the legal references might be for the work that you're doing, much of that centers on the notion of confidentiality. And when you're in the midst of a superintendent search process, your candidates and information relating to candidates reflects confidential expectations and requirements. You notice here that you also have the opportunity and an expectation that when you enter into interviews for the position of superintendent, that it is an aligned item that resides in executive session. But it's more than just considering the interviews that you're doing, right? In terms of candidates and the candidate's confidentiality. Prior to you going into that interview, there are some steps that you've taken to determine who you're going to invite for interview. The decisions that are made as a result of that are yours. Those individuals, that's confidential and should reside with you as a board. Because your candidates have a right to privacy. And so I want you to think about that and some of the things that we mentioned earlier about where you are, how do you assess where you are, and I don't need you to answer any of that, but I just want you to be certain that what you're doing, and as you look at your current status or do a reset, that you know that these things are of utmost importance. For multiple reasons, because we're going to kind of speed through some of the slides, but as you want to attract high quality candidates, when candidates sense that things are not being done the way they should be, and that candidates' livelihood might be at risk by being exposed before they've determined that that's what they want to do, then a number of things can come into play. Not to mention that it's illegal. However, candidates could withdraw, right? So when we use sitting superintendents as an example, but it's not just sitting superintendents, they're already in a job. And if they decide to submit information to you, it's with the understanding that that's confidential. That doesn't mean that they've made stakeholders aware back at home. Everybody follow me? So let's assume they have not. That's their right. And they've submitted to you with the understanding that that's confidential. That's like multifaceted in terms of violation of their confidentiality and violation of what you've done in executive session. Because those conversations should be taking place in executive session about the individuals, about how you are arriving at your decisions to invite them in for interview, and how you're going to maintain confidentiality with those.
So there's a violation of the Open Meetings Act, and then there's a violation of the Open Records Act, like open records, right? You and Dana is shaking her head, so I'm glad because I'm looking at your attorney. So there is a violation of both of those. We've seen that happen. We've seen that happen in this state. We've seen districts have to pay money because that has happened in this state. And that is something, and why we felt like it was really important to kind of walk through this slowly with you, because it really is important that you are aware of a person's right to confidentiality. And when Atlanta is a very desirable job to be in the Atlanta public school system. Dr. Battle recognizes it. It is a very desirable job for someone to have. But if I'm comfortable in my job and I apply for this because I want to aspire to it, not because I'm ashamed of it, but there's no guarantee that you're going to pick them. I don't want to lose my job back here if you're not going to select me. But you want to get a good candidate that comes in, that you have the opportunity to at least interview the very best. And as Dr. King said, people watch that. And so I'm not going to put my name in there because that board's not going to respect my confidentiality. That's the last thing you want to see happen. That's the last thing we want to see happen. And at the end of the day, it's the last thing anybody wants to see happen for these children in this school system.
Yeah, and these are conversations that we have as an association in the department that's responsible for superintendent searches when boards reach out to have support for that. And so this is not something that's a foreign conversation that we're just having with you. We have it in an ongoing fashion with boards about legal requirements and also best practices to ensure that we're meeting those legal requirements. So simply put, you don't want to have it understood that it's a legitimate claim that a candidate is saying, I'm damaged back home because of what the superintendent search process did not do in terms of revealing candidates when they did not agree to be revealed, and now they're damaged back home and could run the risk of losing the job, file suit. We're going to look at penalties in just a minute. File suit. And again, these are things that we educate boards on when we enter into our discussions with them when we do searches. And it's a lot of activity around searches that we have in this conversation. So not only are we making reference to the legal requirements, but we're also making a reference to what's in state board rule, which is what is on the screen. In domain 6, and I told you we're going to go back and forth so that you could parallel legal requirements and state board rule requirements. So in this domain document in domain 6, under personnel, you've got a responsibility of what you should be doing. It's not to say you're not doing it, but you have a responsibility of what you should be doing as you implement your superintendent search process. So take a look at that second bullet, which is element 1 under personnel in terms of your requirement as a board. I'm going to pause for just a second for that. And then we're going to move into some penalties. And we'll give you a 5-minute stretch break because it's been about an hour and a half. So as you look at this, when you're in the midst of a hiring process, and again, this is a state board rule, when you're in the midst of a hiring process, you're entering into a search process where you've been trained on the process, number 1. And after you've been trained on the process and you've agreed to it and you understand it, you're seeking to hire, as a result of that process, a superintendent with verified knowledge, expertise, skills, and prior performance history that predicts successful performance and execution of superintendent duties and responsibilities. There it is again. Almost in each domain, you're going to see some reference to the strategic plan. Because that's why each search is customized. That's how you enter it into your profile, all those things, because there are priorities that you have and things you want the superintendent to be ready to accomplish. And that's how you build that profile. That's how you built that profile. And then you're looking for these things. That's a requirement that you do those. Okay? And I'm going to speak to this and then take any questions, and we're going to take the break. But which is where I understand you're close to being now. Maybe, maybe not. but we're sure you're close to this. This is a legal piece. Also, in addition to all the things we just mentioned in executive session, that must stay confidential for you. All those things, Valerie emphasized the open records piece. The executive session part is in reference to requirements, legal requirements for open meetings, right? So you've got the Open Meetings Act, Open Records Act, requirements in the law that's embedded in all of that. And then another piece that's important. The law describes in different words that all of this is going to be left confidential up until the point that as a board you are ready to announce finalists, plural, or finalists, singular. And that's going to be up to you. You can do up to 3, or it could be 2, or it could be 1. None of that information is public until you are at that point, and candidates, before you announce them, have to give permission to be announced. For obvious reasons, right? You heard what we talked about a few minutes ago. For obvious reasons, your search entity, your search firm that you're partnering with has to understand these laws in Georgia because they're different from state to state. But they have to understand that in Georgia, before you make that decision, that finalist or the 2 finalists or the 3 finalists have to agree to be announced publicly. Because as you read this, you'll see that there's a responsibility and a requirement that you're going to make certain information available to the public and the media about the finalists, up to 3. Okay? Comments, questions here? Any legal comments? All right. All right. Okay.
Keep us honest.
Yeah. So this is really, really important. And this is another piece that we have to, when we're preparing boards for the search process, this is one that we have to hammer home because it could be one that is challenging if the board doesn't understand that.
And a lot of people get confused. Your community can sometimes get confused when you're going through the process, a search process, because your community feels like you're supposed to be talking to, you're supposed to be telling us everything. Be clear. Hearing what Dr. King has just shared with you about the role and how what the law says, you are required, or you're not required, but you must talk to your community about what the process will look like. They should have expectations around how this process is going to look. We are going to hire this firm. This is what will be happening along the way, so that they understand what you are doing and how it is happening. We will have community sessions, if you'd like, to get listening sessions to hear from them around what characteristics they want to see in a superintendent. And I think you guys did those things. Like, they want to, that's a part of it. And once you've gotten that feedback, you share with them, this is the feedback that we've gotten. This is what it is. This is the profile of the person that we're looking for. But at a certain point, it becomes private. It leaves the public domain and goes into that private domain, where it's just the executive session. But you explain that to the community so they don't feel as though, oh, they were talking to us and now they're not talking to us. No, this is the process, and you have to do that in order to protect the candidates as well as you all's ability to do your work. That's critically important.
Okay. Take a quick break. It's about 10 minutes and we'll be back. Five. Valerie says 5.
5. Five.
All right. A quick 5. All right, so quickly, moving quickly. We want to make sure that you're clear. Tell us, yea or nay, on focus on. Should be over here. We've done a focus on the superintendent search as it relates to executive session, as it relates to open meetings, as it relates to open records. But we also mentioned at the beginning of that there are appropriate reasons to go into executive session. And that's what you exercise and document through your affidavit, all those things. One of them is on the screen. And remember that whole notion of confidentiality that comes into play with open meetings, open records, will come into play with these things too. The one that you see on the screen relates to the purchase and disposal or lease of property, etc. We talked about that one. That's one of those, so remember that. For obvious reasons, there are obvious reasons why you want that to be a executive session piece before you're ready to get to a public vote. When you make those things aware to your stakeholders in terms of your recommendation that comes to you from your superintendent. So that piece. Another will be the appeal from a tribunal, student information. Also, another example of the same thing. Remains confidential until the appropriate time. We mentioned personally identifiable information that aligns with, we alluded to it, aligns with students as well. Same thing applies here. Reference to the law is there. Open records, the notice to discuss any record that is not to be disclosed to the public, but it has an expectation that you're going to talk about detailed information related to a student, related to a staff in executive session, then that's appropriate. Items that sometimes, surprisingly so, boards are not aware of will be that second bullet that's on the screen, related to safety plans. For obvious reasons, that's an executive session item as well. There are real reasons why you would not want that to be known to your public in terms of what those plans are. But you want to know that it's there and your superintendent presents it to you with appropriate staff. Also added is the whole piece around cybersecurity and plans. That's also an executive session item, when necessary and when appropriate. You might ask, well, why are they saying these things? We know that. The reason is because it's one thing to understand that those are items that are appropriate to go into executive session, but it's another to ensure that you have your rituals and routines so that you are abiding by it. And because the board is responsible for policing itself, board members should police each other based on norms. The superintendent should not have to intervene with board members policing themselves. Okay? But when you have norms in place, it gives her a tool, and you a tool, to enter into the appropriate conversation. And even still, when there's a notion of violating or potentially violating a norm, there's an expectation that the board chair is going to exercise whatever enforcement procedures that you all have in place to ensure that you are keeping your norms, that you're performing at the level that you should with exercising the spirit of your norms. I hear you thinking.
So I was curious what you said about, it's not the superintendent's role, of course, to police us, and you talked a little bit about us policing each other, which I also think is probably very tricky and hard. Yeah. So when you, in other districts where you've seen board members openly, blatantly violating executive session, or you've heard, right? You've probably not seen it because you're not in executive session, but where it's gotten back to you that people are not adhering to agreed upon standards, what are you recommending as a best practice to help manage that? Or what have you seen effective when people are blatantly disregarding, the productive nature of what's being discussed in executive session?
Well, two things come in mind, and I know Valerie wants to speak to it. One is that there's a legal piece, so there's a expectation that you have with your attorneys, board attorneys, in terms of that. If there are some legal implications for violation of executive session, because it is a legal requirement, that's one thing. The other piece is that you have norms and protocols that you have in place to ensure that there's clarity around what you must do to abide by the requirements, but you also have in steps for enforcing those. And that gets to your point. And the question that we ask boards centers on that. What are your items that you have in place to ensure enforcement of your norms? What's step one? For example, typically step one is the board chair has the authority agreed upon in your rituals and routines to, when there is that allegation, to reach out to that member, talking about the board policing itself, and enter into that conversation with that board member, one-on-one, to have a discussion about it. And then move forward from there. And sometimes there's an expectation that it's going to come back to the board. That is dependent upon the conversation and the results of the conversation that takes place between the board chair and that person. What we find is that many times when the scenario that you mentioned occurs, the governance team has not gone to the extent of documenting what they agree to as their steps for enforcement. And so we talk through that, and they come to some agreement to what that's going to look like. And it varies from governance team to governance team. Some say the first step is going to be for the board chair to reach out to that person, have a conversation about it, determine his or her thinking about whether it's legitimate or not, and then bring it back to the board for a conversation. Others say the board chair will be authorized to act upon that and bring it back to say, yes, the violation was there or no. But sometimes boards want to act on determining whether it's a violation. You want to weigh in on that?
Nina, I want you to help me on this one, please. I think it comes in two waves, Jennifer. I do think that the board has to police itself because you are the superintendent's boss, right? In many instances, it's you have a relationship of your employee leading the board, but then the board leading the employee. So it kind of goes back and forth. But when it comes to an issue that is among the board, it is based on your processes that you put in place. And Sam just talked about it, right? If there is a member of this board that violates the rules of executive session, then the board chair normally is the person that has that conversation with the person and it speaks to what if you know that that's the person, right? Sometimes the problem is you don't know who went out and talked about it. You don't know who went out and said what happened in executive session. But if you know, then it becomes the responsibility of the board chair. And some instances, if it's the board chair that's done it, it's the vice chair's responsibility. But it's whatever processes that you put in place. The other piece, and this is where I need Nina to help me, there are civil and criminal penalties for violating executive session, right? So there are penalties, and it speaks to penalties in the law when you violate executive session.
There are, and they're hardly ever used, honestly. Obviously, self-policing is the best way to do it. Mm-hmm. There are also, we're not that far removed from external intervention in boards, right. From accreditation bodies, from the governor's office, from GOSA, et cetera, and that's sort of the worst, that's the death penalty, it's the worst case scenario. So if you police yourself, you don't invite that external policing.
Exactly. And depending upon how egregious the violation is or what information gets out really determines how far your community takes it, right? One of the things I shared with Erica, and I'm gonna say this because I think it's important to say this. While we know and understand the major steps that the Atlanta public school system has taken since the cheating scandal, there are people who still think about that, right? And when they look at this body and they think that this body is not operating in a manner that is above board, we all know it. They assign it back to, oh, it's the same old, same old. I can tell you, I've heard it. And my response to that is, have you paid attention to the work that they are doing? I don't have it with me now because it's in my bag, but I proudly carry your little notebook thing that you have that has APS on it, right? Because I'm proud of APS, right? And I think it's important, though, that as a body, everything should be done above board, transparently, because you don't want people tying you to something that you had nothing to do with, right? You want to move forward without that. And I think that is something that you as a body have to remind each other of whenever there's a breach like that, because it is a breach. Yes, ma'am.
I do want to ask this question because you have a lot of conversation that's happening, and a lot of it is considered hearsay when you don't have direct proof or evidence, right? We know in general there's conversations happening, but when does it come to the point where you're taking hearsay as facts versus hearsay? Because people can say what they want to say. They can. Here's the thing that I want to talk about. We all go into executive session. Every board goes to an executive session. You have people who want to know exactly what happened in executive session. When you don't give that privileged information, it leaves it up to people to make their own assumptions, or develop their own truth of what it might be. And then conversation starts to happen around that. And then that's when you start getting calls from media. And then you're just sitting here like, this is hearsay because we know what we discussed, but this is not what it is. But then you have a scenario where people might talk about what happened in executive session. If there is no tangible proof and it's just hearsay, I mean, how does that hold up anywhere?
I think.
And I just want to get to what's the difference between what's facts and what's hearsay.
I think when it comes to hearsay and people making up their own realities of what you all discussed in your executive session, you know what you discussed. And if it is inconsistent with what you discussed in it, you can't control that. You leave that alone, right? You can't do anything about that because it's inconsistent with what you discussed. And you leave. But when it is factual and it is actually what occurred in your executive session, that is at the point where personal integrity has to take over. And as a body, you have to talk about, guys, there's no way this could have gotten out unless someone within this room went outside and talked about it. And that is where your personal integrity as a member of this body has to then click in. And you have to, at that point, you can either admit that you were the one who did it and you're not going to do it anymore, or you can recognize within yourself that I should not have said anything, because everybody makes mistakes. I should not have said anything, and I'm not doing that anymore. Or have a conversation with the chair, or whatever, that you are acknowledging it. But at some point, personal integrity has to come into play because at the end of the day, you also sign a code of ethics. And when you sign that code of ethics, you are saying you will abide by all of the laws and rules, and you will not come out. And you sign an oath as well when you come out of that session. That's a lot that you are signing to say, I'm being truthful and operating in a manner with integrity.
And when that happens, and obviously I agree with that, that's a difficult thing, because what you don't want is a result that centers on so many substantive complaints that they start to come to you as a board, that they come from your community, then they start going to the district, come to your superintendent, then it goes to state board. Next thing you know, you got to appear before the state board. and talk about whatever the allegations are, and then that's ruled on. And ultimately, the worst case scenario, then decisions are made from state board, and it goes to the governor, and the governor ends up acting on it. You know, that's extreme, right? That's very extreme, because then that gets to accreditation, that gets to potentially removal of board members. You don't want to get to that point. And like you mentioned earlier, you know, it's like the slow drip, right? But then at some point, if it's substantive, then it's going to explode on you and then turn into a process that is counter to how we started this conversation at the beginning. Remember, we talked about excellence in the classroom, connected with excellence in the boardroom. When that happens, and it gets to that point, there are major problems, major issues. But I think to your question and to the point, it's around, you know, if it's rumor, you know, not like you can do with rumor. But if it's substantive and you know that it had to come from something that was discussed in executive session, I think you got a responsibility to have a process in place that allows you to begin to address the allegations. And so I think the question that this governance team will have to ask itself is, what is our process for enforcing our norms, our protocols, or beginning to address those? You know, legally on the screen, you know, your legal counsel just talked about it and touched on it. You've got civil penalties for violating executive sessions. They could be sought. It's rarely done, but by law it could. There are civil penalties or criminal fines that could be sought in the court of law for violations connected to executive session as it relates to open meetings, open records. And then also, same thing. When you get to a point of realizing that it knowingly and willingly that's been done, then that's a bad situation to have things that are unlawful occurring and also a violation to your code of ethics. And so it's multifaceted, many things going on that are not positive for you.
Not to mention, your community is watching. Your students are watching, and you do not want to become known as that
Yes.
board that cannot abide by the law and cannot follow the rules. That is something that you just don't want to become known. Yes, ma'am.
I do want to point out that this board does have a regulation regarding how to address board member violations. It is Regulation BBBA R3, and it lists out a list of steps to take. And the first step is to have a conversation between the board chair and the offending board member. But to piggyback on something, Valerie, you said, you don't want to be known as that board. It also is so corrosive to the trust within the body. Y'all have to discuss heavy things in executive session. And having good, productive, fruitful discussions means being able to be candid. And if you don't feel like you're in a confidential space, you're less likely to be candid, and you're less likely to have an effective, fruitful discussion.
Yeah, and not to be redundant, but in addition to this, as you reflect on this, you're in the midst of a superintendent search. How many potential candidates want to work with the board that they feel they can't trust in terms of violations like that, right? So those are things that to be considered as well. You're modeling the things that you want your public to understand and internalize about you. And so that's a good segue into the last piece, and we want to do a quick closure on this. You got in your folder a copy of what we found to be the most recent copy of your norms and how you've said you're going to function. And by my assessment, correct me if I'm wrong, there are 4 sections to it. The first one centers on the board's statement of values that you say are important for you and your governance team. The second one, board member relationships, is that second category. Third category is board relationships with the superintendent and staff. Is that the last one?
Yep.
Okay. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So board statement of values, board member relationships,
Board relationships with the community and the media, that's the one I omitted that first time. Board relationships with superintendent and staff, there are 4. So what I'd like for you to do is to just in the next 10 minutes, we're gonna assign one category to your small group for you to look at it, to assess it, to determine whether you feel like you've talked about it and how you're doing with that, or if you still agree to it. Just begin to do that because you're gonna have to have a session with your partner in Council Great City Schools or whatever the case might be to really solidify this. Has this team come together to review this cycle yet? All right, some of this you might not know, right? But this is what you say you believe and what you say you represent as a governance team. So here's my suggestion. Here's what I'd like for you to do. Your team, chair, vice chair, will take that first one under board statements of value. Read it, review it, and assess whether you feel like that still reflects your team or if there's something that you're gonna probably end up having to tweak. You're not gonna tweak it today, but it might be opening the door for that. The next section,
Board member relationships.
all right, you'll read them out for me, Val?
Board member
Next section,
relationships.
board member relationships, this group, right here. You have that one. So we want you to do the same thing with that one. What's the next one?
Board relationships with community and media.
The 2 of you. 2 of you. That next one and the last
And
one.
board relationship with superintendent and staff.
You too. All right, take about
And
5
guys,
minutes. Go
you
ahead.
all are walking through this now with this team. I just want you to know you're gonna have to go revisit these when you get a new superintendent.
Yep.
Because your team is changing, right? So it's gonna be important to do that.
Yeah. And for your current superintendent, Dr. Battles, this is important because this is going to send a message to her that this is what this governance team is
Expects.
committed to as your rituals and routines. And as you begin to talk about enforcement and the board policing itself, this is what she'll refer to as what you say you're committed to.
Especially that section of be important to her board relationships with superintendent and staff. That's important.
All right, I'll stop talking, give you 5 minutes to begin to do this, and we'll come back together. Yes?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the guiding questions for this
Yes.
activity?
I want you to read your section, review your section, and determine if this is still a reflection of your team and what you believe. That's number 1. So you're validating it in your view that you do believe this. The second piece that we mentioned, if you do not, or there's some areas that you feel need to be tweaked. And how are you doing with implementation of this?
And you all are gonna discuss this with each other because what will determine whether or not you do need to do some work on these is how people will respond to it, because you're not trying to rewrite them now.
Nope.
But it'll just like, okay, we need to come back and revisit this because there was too much interest in it. Right.
All right, take 5 minutes for a quick review to do that. Okay, begin to bring your discussion to a close. Take another minute. Close it out. I know in many cases you're not finished, but we ready? All right. With that,
What happened to me? Okay, there we are. We're going to go in the order of your items that are here. So we know you'll continue your conversation, but we want the group to hear about your discussion. Remember, first thing that you were considering would be, do you agree? Does this still reflect you as a new team? And if you do not, what are the items that you wanted to tweak? But if you do agree, then how do you feel you're doing with implementation? All right? So, board statement of values. Your thoughts?
Well, I do agree. And with the board statement of values, I think it's represent what we do as a governing body in partnership with superintendent. I don't feel there's a need to change it. But there's some areas that I kind of highlighted that I really liked about the statement. Now, one of the first things I will say, and what I highlighted, is the board serves the students, schools, and the school system as a whole. Is that the purpose why we're here? And I think that's the purpose of why everyone is here. And so when I look at the statement as a whole, and I know me and Dr. Battle talk about this one line that I pointed out, trust is a critical component in every aspect of our work. We have to operate as a body that trusts each other to get the work done. And then the other point I wanted to point out, we will model lifelong learning and growth by being open to learning from one another, by engaging in professional development as a board and as an individual. That is key as we govern and move this school system forward. So there's so much more in this, and there was a line that says we pledge to advance equity and ethics in every discussion, decision, and action, and to focus on what is best for all APS students. Again, when I look at this statement as a whole, this is why we are here, and I know and trust and believe this is why we're doing the work. How are we doing in the work? I mean, we are doing the work. And every day is an opportunity to improve in doing the work. And that's kind of my little remarks there. Dr. Battle, you have it?
I agree with what you said. I think I want to add. Oh, thank you. It reminded me of what we just went over in here.
Yep.
It took everything from, I can see everything that you've gone over in this value in APS. Even from the words about micromanagement, we do not cross the line of micromanagement. We're very explicit with this. It also talks about making difficult decisions, sometimes being unpopular, but it's always in the best interest of students. It's basically, I totally agree. This is well written. I see it was last updated in 2018, and I think it's great.
So from your experience in a short period of time, how do you feel the team is doing because it has richness in terms of its description, right?
Yeah, it's very rich.
Right. And so your chair mentioned that there's always room for growth,
Yes.
clearly. What was your conversation around how you felt you were doing with it in terms of opportunity for growth in meeting this?
Yeah, I think opportunity of growth is great. We're always trying to get better. I think having this session it's important to the work that we're doing. This is, I think this fits in our mind that we're all trying to get better and do the right thing for the children of Atlanta Public Schools. And that's what this statement, each paragraph talks about the children of Atlanta Public Schools, not the adults that live in Atlanta, not the parents. It talks about, are we doing what's right by children?
Great,
Yes.
great.
You know, one of the things that we have, if any of you ever have the opportunity to visit our offices, one of the things that we have on our walls are our belief statements, what we believe, right? And sometimes it's a good thing to have a reminder as you sit there in these meetings, maybe on your wall somewhere where you have this statement, right? This is a powerful statement that you all put together. And to have this statement to remind you of actually what you value and why you're here, right? I think it's really important. I love this line in your, when conflicts arise, we agree to seek common ground and compromise, right? Because often in sitting at this table, there are differing views and opinions. But if you truly commit to seeking common ground and compromise, and that trust that you spoke to, Erica, that trust is there, you should be able to do that. And that's a great reminder of this.
Good, good. Board member relationships. Who's the spokesperson? Sure. So your group agreed that it is reflective of who you are, right? Okay. Good. Yep.
When the board really trusts each other, when we're all in it together, things get done. Things get done. Decisions get made. It's less of the gossip and the drama, and it was less of like external forces really pushing, leaning into what we decided to do. We were able to really get some great work done. And then I've also seen it where that trust that trust isn't there, and it's toxic, and everyone's kind of side-eyeing each other, and people hold things tight and hold ideas tight and hold relationships tight, which stifles the work and stifles us moving things forward and stifles the why we are elected, So, and then of course the being on time and prepared, being on time and prepared for meetings. Our community elected us to be just that, to be the stewards and representatives of their communities and the school system, and like you said, our constituents that don't get to vote for us. And so our promptness and preparation is key to ensure that they know and trust, trust that we're doing the work and we're asking the questions and we're really moving into our mission and vision.
Any particular areas within that you all felt that you needed to really work on? to continue that?
Trust.
Or you're in the process of trust? Okay,
Trust
all right.
relationships.
good, good, yes.
I'm just gonna add, I think one component is, like you said earlier about, like, there's mistakes. Like, people make mistakes. I mean, especially when you're new, because there's so many moving parts. And I remember we had a meeting, and each day was so nice to just say, like, hey, everyone, just remember, like, we don't tell, we ask. It was about soft G, which, you know, we're not to give directive, but I think when you see the same behavior happening more than once, that's where it gets tough, because then you're either doing that deliberately or you don't care what your peers think, and that makes it really hard. And then that goes back to then lack of trust, and then what happens, lack of trust really destroys.
Absolutely.
And is highly noticeable by the community. And that's hard. That makes it really hard.
And I think that then also goes back to personal integrity. And you agree to these things. It goes straight back to personal integrity. You said, this is what you said you were gonna do. I can't tell you the numbers of times I lost on a vote on my board, but I respected the body and I trusted my peers, right? Because they cared just as much about what was happening to the students as I did. They just didn't agree with me on that position.
All right, moving forward, board relationships with the community and the media.
Yeah, I thought this was, I think this is particularly relevant, and especially when we want to stay out of the news cycle. I appreciated that when Erica sent out those talking points, that's helpful for me. It's because we get questions that are not unreasonable for folks to ask. Some questions are unreasonable for folks to ask, and we need to say we don't know, or let's get back to you. But why was the process extended? Basic questions like that. And I appreciated because you never know, even if you're not, and the agency asked for an interview, and I said refer them to Erica, but people still come to meetings, and you're still answering questions. And so when they did pick up a quote, I felt okay because it was a quote that Erica had given. It was a quote that was on the sheet of paper, and I'm like, okay, I can feel like I answer. We gave information to the community, but I felt like I was on solid ground to give that community, because it wasn't my opinion, it was what we had decided. And so I think that's a good process. So I appreciate that, and that makes the job a lot easier, because you don't want to be back on your heels, and you don't want to be riffing on some of this particularly sensitive information. So I feel like that's a good muscle that I appreciate that in action.
Okay, so you agreed that this reflects you, and these are things that you're working to ensure that you are abiding by. The main thing is having a conversation about how you're going to deal with items that relate to your relationships with the community, your relationship with the media, because inquiries will come, right? And if you don't have a conversation about what the first step is in response to inquiries that are made to the board, then you don't know who's going to be that first spokesperson, or who's going to respond, or what's going to happen before you have conversation with any external stakeholder about what the board believes. But if you don't revisit, discuss, and know that there's clarity of understanding around how you're going to do this, like you're beginning to do now, then you place your board at risk on how it could be piecemeal, because the understanding could be varied. Okay?
Right there.
Yes.
If I could just highlight something in this section that I don't want to be missed, which is we will communicate positively about other board members, staff, in the system. I think that is also key. Definitely having the talking points is key, but it's also, I think, important that we have a unified front, because there's people out here that want to create stories. They want to create the real board members of Atlanta drama, right? And so let's not feed into that by giving them things that they can pick up on. But if we can truly stick to this, and again, not just about each other, but the staff and the system, then that goes back to, again, us modeling the culture and creating that change that we want to see.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Look at that last bulleted, bolded bullet down there under that section. We will maintain the confidentiality of privileged information, including but not limited to all statements or information revealed in any executive session to the board. That's one of your norms. That's what you say you're going to do. I also like the right before that, that's not bulleted. It says we will ensure that any communication about APS is helpful, not harmful. That does not mean that you don't tell your community the challenges that you have. They need to understand what your challenges are, but you don't tell them the challenges in a harmful way. You don't go, oh, well, they can't get it together over here at this school because, and we're just this or we're just that. No. You speak to them about the challenges, and I love that you talk about it in a bulleted talking point kind of way, right? So that everybody is on the same page because you all hear it at the same time. You all know what's going on. So I love that part. But when sometimes people think that when we say that, we're saying you just share all the good stuff. No, you got to talk about the challenge. You think they don't know that challenges are there? They know the challenges are there. They need to know that you know it, you recognize it, and these are the things we're doing to work on them. That's really important. But I thought that with all the time we spent on executive session, I thought that last one was an interesting bullet.
All right, the last one, board relationships with the superintendent and staff.
All right. So we believe this reflects where we are now and where we need to be. We do think it needs a little bit of updating at the end, but I do want to highlight the last sentence of the first paragraph. We will consistently respect the authority and expertise of the superintendent, supporting and empowering him, her, as she leads and manages APS. That's extremely important that we're talking about not micromanaging our superintendent. And under, we will foster and expect open communication with the superintendent. We thought it needed just a little bit of tweaking potentially. I know we're not doing that today, but one practice we've started that I think helps build trust and open dialogue and communication among us is sending questions to the superintendent in advance of our meetings, and then her putting them into a question bank and with responses so that we all know the questions we're asking in advance of the meeting, which helps us be prepared. It also hopefully helps the superintendent and knowing in advance what our questions are going to be, because this is not gotcha governance. This is about working together, and also just builds collaboration among us. Like, I look at a question from one of my colleagues and I think, that's a great question. I want to know more about that too. So somehow making that a requirement, that it's shared among us. Not every single thing asked to the superintendent, because there are some minor things we don't all need to know about, but those are really important because it absolutely applies to the work we're doing. Not that people should be asking her questions about things that aren't about the work we're doing, but there's some smaller individual things that we don't all need to know about. The superintendent does meet with us monthly, and making sure we emphasize that two-way communication between board members and the superintendent, but also not, locking the superintendent into an exact way they have to report on. Maybe like I think it says, accordingly, the superintendent should seek the advice and counsel. Thank you. Well, that's important. The superintendent shall report to the board at least monthly in writing on the management and policies of APS, together with such recommendations as he deems appropriate. Like that could potentially use some tweaking, just, based on what is meaningful and just realistic. Also, in kind of we could take some language from our guardrail around stakeholder engagement. Clearly, we need to know about things in advance, and the superintendent is good about notifying us about things, but just reemphasizing in a way that, we have information on significant decisions that may be forthcoming and recommendations. But yeah, this could just use a little bit of tweaking around how we're notified of that. Not even notified, but just making sure it's clear it's explained to us, but not also hamstringing the superintendent, and that if they don't do it on a certain day, kind of thing, not to get too micromanaging. But yeah, we thought, this overall, clearly it reflects what needs to be the case, and we need to make sure we're following it.
Okay, quite a bit for you to think about as a team. You're a new team, right? And as I understand it, this is the first time you're even coming together to take a glimpse at what you say you represent. So some points to ponder there in the midst of the fact that you are evolving, right? And your team will change again. However, there's some things that you need to do to dot I's and cross T's now into the securing of a new superintendent even, and then continuing that conversation. So we hope that you'll, based on this conversation, begin to determine next steps for what you need to do as a team.
I think what you just shared with us though around the updates to this section, it might change with Dr. Battle. It's definitely going to change with your new superintendent, because I think that's where I'm sure that person will want some feedback, because that person might have a certain style that they want to all work together to see what is the best way to do that. So I think just being focused on that was really smart, because that's what you all are going to have to, because this will change. This is probably one of the more fluid ones that you're going to have.
Yep. So as we shift gears, Valerie's probably going to make some closing comments, right? But as she does that, you have a document in your folder that has this appearance. It says whole board governance training participant evaluation form. Do not put your name on that form, but we want you to give us feedback on how we're doing to meet your needs for the 3 items that we were to come together to talk to you about. One being governance, second one being executive session and how it relates to where you are with your superintendent search. And the last one is to begin a review of your current norms to determine what next steps are. So we want you to give us anonymous feedback on this. Again, don't put your name on it. Complete it, leave it face down at your tables, and we'll ask Pierre to pick those up, and he'll give them to us. We will also get to you a documentation piece. Pierre will send that to you so they can sign, and you'll receive 3 hours of whole board credit for today. As Valerie prepares to make her comments, it's an honor and pleasure to be with you this afternoon. We appreciate the opportunity to do so. And if we can be of service and support to you at any given time, just let us know that. With that, Valerie?
I just want to echo what Sam, he pretty much closed it up for me. I know that you all have more to do this evening. We're going to get out of the way for you to do that. But I do want to say to you, thank you for the opportunity to work with you all today. As your association, it is important for us to feel as though we can be relevant to you in the areas that you need us to be relevant to you. Our main focus, and that was one of the things that I focused on more than anything when I became the executive director at GSBA, having been a school board member, understanding and traveling this state when I was a school board member, when I was the president at GSBA. But then, you guys, I'm going to tell you, in 2014, I was all over the state of Georgia when I ran for state school superintendent. And what I will tell you is what I heard more than anything else is our board doesn't know how you going to fix our boards. How are you going to fix our boards? I heard that over and over and over again, almost in every community that I went into. But one of the things that I would say back, having been a board member, is it your whole board that needs fixed, or is it 1 or 2 on the board that needs some help? Do you know what I'm saying? Because we get labeled as dysfunctional boards, and it's not really a dysfunctional board. It's a person or 2 that might be not acting out. So then I started thinking, what is it? And what I could tell you what it was, and why we focus so hard, and I appreciate Dr. King coming in and writing curriculum for us around these domains. It's really understanding what the role is and the expectation around governance. That is why GSBA focuses so hard on governance, because it is us understanding what our roles are and us understanding what are those essential questions and how do we fulfill our roles as school board members. So I, again, just want to say thank you for allowing us to be here and work with you. We are always available anytime any of you need us. to support you in this work here at APS. You are my city. Whenever I go anywhere, I'm from Atlanta. Everybody in Georgia is from Atlanta. Y'all do know that, right? I'm from Atlanta, right? And and I appreciate you all, and it's our goal to help you be as successful as you could possibly be. Madam Chair, we turn it back over to you.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have you, Valerie, and Sam to come in to help with a restart, refresh, and bring this board together as a whole, and just to go over the expectations from the state level. And I just want to thank you for taking the time today to be with us for 3 hours. This information that you shared is invaluable to the work that we're doing as a board, and we will continue to do. So we appreciate you all, you both, and we look forward to joining the full board. I think we'll join all of you in Savannah in June at the conference, and with Dr. Battle as well. So it's been a long time coming with a full board to be in Savannah. So this is great. I turn over to any of my colleagues that want to give any comments in regards to the session today. The floor is open.
I just want to say thank you. Obviously, I know Erica reached out. We felt there was a really important need, and appreciate you being super responsive and understanding and having empathy for us. So thanks for showing up today. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you very much. Okay. And Pierre, is Ashley Paz available to give us a soft G update? Okay. So everyone, the next step is for soft G update status real quick. There it is. Yeah. As soon as she's ready, she'll come on via Zoom. Okay, so I just wanted to reconvene really quickly. We have our Soft G Student Outcomes Focused Governance Coach, Ashley Paz, that's on with us to give a Soft G update. But before she give her update, what I wanted to do was to take this time for us to consider one, dates that we can do a 2-day board retreat with Coach Paz for the South G, what we call orientation. And she's going to let us know the adjustments that need to be made with the timeline and also the next steps. So, Ashley, I will turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair Mitchell and Superintendent Battle and Board of Education. It's good to see everyone again today. I'm happy to discuss with you some options for an upcoming retreat for student outcomes focused governance and discuss some changes that you might like to see in your implementation timeline. So before I jump into that, I want to make sure, has everyone had an opportunity to review the implementation timeline recently? Is that something that was shared with the board prior to today?
Implementation timeline was what I believe we voted on back in January or February. We haven't reviewed it since then. Would you happen to have one on hand that you can share via Zoom?
So it's going to be very out of date.
Okay.
But I can, and it'll take me just a second to pull it up, but I can absolutely do that.
Yeah. And this is the current
so
one. So I just want to be sure this is the current timeline that is outdated, the one that we need to update and have a conversation about. And so that's where we are today, is to discuss the timeline. So this is what we have to date of where we are. I will look through the email, pull it up and email it to everyone as Coach Ashley pulls it up on the Zoom.
Okay, so I am sharing the timeline now. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes.
So this is the current adopted implementation timeline that the APS board adopted in February. Some of the priorities that were identified for this timeline were to develop and deploy a plan for consistent board-led community engagement with the two-way flow of information. So one of the early priorities that the board had shared with me, so priorities both from the board and from the administration, was to reevaluate your goals and your guardrails. I think more the goals than the guardrails. So the recommendation in SOFG is that anytime the board is going to re-examine the goals or discuss adopting new goals, it is important that they go out and have a meaningful and active process of engaging with the community, specifically for the purpose of identifying what the community's vision is, because the goals should be reflective of the community's vision. We say this because the board exists to represent the vision and values of the community. That's why you're elected. So that's why this is the first recommendation on the timeline. Next is to develop and deploy a process for tracking the board's use of time and board authorized public meetings. I believe that the board office is currently keeping track of your time, the way that you spend time in board authorized public meetings, but it is actually the recommendation in SOFG that board members be the ones who are doing this. So that's the next process, is to implement a process for the board to actually conduct this part of the work. And it can be a much more meaningful process when it is actually led by the school board. And then finally, identifying a way to track and report the annual cost of staff time that is invested in governance, which is another hallmark of the student outcomes focused governance. This allows the board to be clear about how they are engaging with staff and using district resources to support governance. That's not to suggest that you should not be using district resources. Actually, you should be using district resources to support governance, because governance is a very critical part of every school district. But the important thing is that we just be conscious of what that is. And then we also have, so clarifying priorities. This is where I talked about re-examining the goals and the guardrails. Once the board has adopted or has appointed a new superintendent, we would take you through the process of developing a theory of action together. This will help drive this new superintendent's their strategies of implementation for the educational program across the district. And then also, once you reevaluate your goals and your guardrails, you'll want to also update your board monitoring calendar, because we would assume that that new data would be available at different times of the year, or that it could be. And then we'll also, in that process, conduct progress monitoring sessions. And this is largely just because you have several new board members who've been elected since the last time the board has received progress monitoring training. So those are actually the big bucket items on the implementation timeline. And before I move on to discuss the pacing and cadence of these items, what questions do board members have about just this high level overview?
Are there any questions? There's no questions.
All right, thank you. And thank you for helping me. I actually am not able to see the board as I'm presenting. So verbal cues are helpful. Okay, so let's look at the timeline. We are currently, so the timeline is currently broken into quarter 1 and quarter 2. So essentially what we would do is we would shift everything back. So we would shift everything back 2 quarters. Really, so all of the items that have been identified in quarter 1 and quarter 2, they are, so a lot of these things are still kind of outstanding. So we have definitely level set with the interim superintendent and the board. We have adopted an updated work plan. That's the document that we're looking at right now. Updating board agreements. These would be any norms and processes that you have together. I think that may have been part of your retreat today. So I'm interested to see the results of that. And then completing the community engagement around the superintendent search, which I know that you all did that. And we'll need to have an update on just what where you all stand on that with the updates that you've made to your search process. And then really the most important part of this work that was to be done in quarter 1 is reviewing the student performance data prior to updating your any new goals and new guardrails. Also, so going into Q2, so this would be in essentially the months between April and June. So adopting updated priorities, this is actually the process of refining your goals and I should say, or guardrails, because I don't know that that is actually something that the board is interested in at this time. But if it is, we can pursue that. Also, clarifying governing policies in a public-facing document. These are going to be your so you have your norms and agreements, but your governing policies are where those norms and agreements actually live in policy. And then onboarding any new board members. We developed this implementation timeline back prior to the election. So we would definitely want to do that because you do have 2 new board members that have been elected since then. And then resume progress monitoring and aligning superintendent evaluation selection. We may want to alter that on the timeline as well. And again, this was developed prior to prior to January. So we would want to probably shift, you've already been through your interview process and are well on the way for that. So we want to update that on here as well. So the big ticket items in between February and May, where we are. So February when we started and May where we are now. February has, so pretty much everything has been taken care of in February except for the second line item, which is deploying a process for the board tracking its use of time in board authorized public meetings. This may be less of a priority right now just because I know you have other things. So I'm interested to hear where the board stands on that. Presenting a comprehensive student needs assessment, root cause analysis, other database assessment of student performance to inform the recalibration of goals and guardrails. We would definitely want to visit with staff to see where we stand on this item, and that may be something that they have already completed. And then this is really the big ticket item right here that I think we are most interested in talking about today. That's the student outcomes focused governance level setting retreat with the interim superintendent, cabinet, and the board. And so that would include community engagement training and discussing your board guardrails. So again, I'm not sure where the board is on this because we actually haven't visited in a while as an entire team. So before I move on and discuss additional items, I want to kind of stop here and see where do board members stand on having a level setting retreat for student outcomes focused governance.
Can you provide a little bit more context? Like, so what does that mean? What would that entail? What is a level setting retreat?
Yeah, so this will be the 2-day workshop that many of you are familiar with. This 2-day workshop is, so it is a requirement for all boards that are implementing student outcomes focused governance. And so it takes you through the 3 main tenets of student outcomes focused governance framework. That is mindset, knowledge, and skills. So we talk about the SOFG mindset, knowledge that the board needs for implementing the framework, and then skills such as how to do how to implement community engagement training, how to do that time use evaluation, how to do that self-evaluation, and being able to have a deep dive into those conversations and ask questions about how to do those things and really have some hands-on practice with completing those processes.
So I believe the last time we had a level setting, we did it where the people who were new did day one and then everybody joined day two. Is that still an option, or is this a recommendation that everyone would complete the 2 days? And if that is the case, is it the same program, run of show, if you will, or is it something different than what we may have seen 2 or 3 times before? Some people, this may be
Yeah.
fourth.
That's actually a great question. So the requirement has changed a little bit, through the process of Council of the Great City Schools working with school boards and helping boards through this implementation process. One of the things that we've learned is that boards are most successful in implementing this framework when they are able to go through the entire workshop as a full team. That the team building aspect of the workshop is very critical. And because of that, one of the requirements of SOFG is that the full board, or so we say the full governing team, which is the board and the superintendent. We had also talked, so I'd spoken with Dr. Battle about also the possibility of including some cabinet members in that as well. And this would be a little bit different from previous workshops that you've engaged with. There would be some foundational elements that are consistent across all workshops, simply because it gives the full governing team the same language and the same, we call it a level set, because it is an opportunity to put everyone on the same page. But we would, because Atlanta has been doing this for a little bit, and as you mentioned, several of you have been through the workshop a few times, we would add some that, so one, because you have already accomplished some of the things that we talk about in that, what we call that initial workshop. You are now a little bit leveled up in Atlanta, so that's why we actually have named that community engagement training would be part of the workshop, and board guardrails would be so discussing your board guardrails would be part of that as well. And then we would also, so it's been a little bit of time since we've had one-on-one interviews with all of the board members. And so we would do that prior to make sure that all of the board members kind of have an opportunity to ask questions and raise areas where they have more interest in the framework, and maybe have some additional questions about the framework. So we would try to customize the content so that it is responsive to those inquiries.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you for that update, Ashley. So because we are a little bit behind in our time, I wanted to take the moment for everybody to identify a time where we can all come together for the 2-day retreat. But for the sake of time, because we have to go into executive session, what I will recommend, and any board members can let me know if you're okay with this, is Pierre send a doodle poll back out with some dates and times. I'm going to add in one more month, because I know we were looking for June. I'm going to put July on the table and August. And some dates around those 3 months, if we could come together for a 2-day retreat. Yes, all right.
So quick clarifying question. So we would do this, and then when the new superintendent comes, we would do another 2-day retreat?
So
we probably would not do a full 2-day retreat with the new superintendent. We would probably do a refresh at that point.
All right, I'm gonna hold you to it.
You have my word.
Yeah.
You have my word.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then also, Board Member Baldwin, I just do want to say that the timeline, implementation timeline, will sit at board development so we can work through and kind of check off where we are, what we need to do, and kind of update the full board from there. So they want to put you on the spot, but just wanted to share that with you.
That's perfect, and I'm glad that you are on the board development committee, so that so that should help with that seamless communication. You ready, Jessica?
And I also want to highlight that board member Howard did work on the community engagement plan with the 4 quadrants in Atlanta and two-way communication. So that's still in discussion as well. So thank you, board member Howard, for taking that initiative to develop that plan. Again, Ash, we want to thank you for giving us this update, and we will circle back around with you with some dates that we can hopefully all agree on. As I mentioned, I added the month of August, so maybe that'll work, maybe it won't, maybe June, maybe July, I don't know, but we're gonna figure it out so that we can get together for the 2-day retreat. And thank
That
you
sounds
for
great.
this
I'm looking
update.
forward to spending the time with you.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much. So now I will entertain a motion to enter into executive session to discuss personnel matters.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Baldwin, second by Board Member Vice Chair McDonald. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Executive session. Executive session. Ms. Gupta, is there a need to report out?
Madam Chair, there is not.
Now I would entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Baldwin and second by Board Member Brooks. All in favor? Nope. All in favor? Yep.
I.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. Good night.